Não, não, não. Vamos lá. Deixa eu ver, cadê? Ih, não sei onde tá aqui. Aqui. Ai, é isso. Vamos ficar por aí. Tô começar a trampar. Hoje estou à toa por aqui. Nossa senhora, deixa eu ver aqui agora. Tô com. Oi! Sai do microfone do lugar. Ah! Ok. Que da hora. Tá, microfone no lugar de novo. Aí, acho que tá bom assim. Deixa assim. Agora vem mais pra cá, né? Fila da mãe. Aí. Vamos lá. Porra. Aí sim, compadre. Boa. Ah... Diria que é uma boa ideia. Sim, bebe pouco também. Boa. Ok. Oh, é isso. Bom, tô aí. Quem colar aí, beleza. Se não, também, beleza também. Tamo à toa. Tô à toa por aí. Deixa eu tomar meu café da manhã. Começar a trabalhar. Cadê? Os caras não querem ver como que é a vida de um dev, o dia a dia de um dev. Essa é a parte da hora da vida de um dev. Começar a trabalhar de verdade. Hey ho, let's go, né? Deixa eu trazer isso aqui mais perto. Comer meu cafezinho da manhã. E estamos aí respondendo perguntas. Deixa eu ver se tiver perguntas. Não tem nada, tem. Eu vou deixar aqui o. Deixa eu pegar isso aqui que eu tava assistindo. Vou deixar rodando aqui. Para. Para. Enquanto tô trabalhando aqui. Deixa eu parar o som, botar o áudio para torar aqui. Diminuir minha tela. Então o filtro aqui. Fica redondinho. Boa. Mais no cantinho aqui. Tá bom, eu tava assistindo esse vídeo. Eu comecei a assistir e não terminei de assistir. Esqueci o nome dele. Que ele é o fundador do Pragmatic Programmer aí. E ele tá entrevistando o Simon Wilson, que é um cara bem... assim, ele manja muito. Manja muito não, ele tem estudado bastante coisa de AI ultimamente, mas na parte meio que de Natural Language Processing, né? Ele tem até um blog post bem bacana a respeito disso no site dele. Não lembro agora qual que é, mas enfim, acho que digitei errado minha senha aqui. Então tô assistindo esse vídeo dele aí.
This stuff is all so weird and difficult to evaluate already, and now we're throwing in another layer of weird language models to try and give us a score from our previous language models. But that's these are the kind of options that we're exploring at the moment.
Yeah, it's interesting. But speaking about options, so you've experimented a lot with trying out different tools, including building your own and obviously Copilot and other models. I saw you mentioned Claude, for example, as what you're playing with. What is your current LLM stack, and like day to day, how do you use it for actually coding on data set or on your projects?
So my default stack right now is, my default model is Claude 3.5 Sonnet, which is brand new. It came out maybe 3 weeks ago.
I heard it's amazing for coding.
It's amazing for everything. It is the first time somebody who's not OpenAI has had the clearly best model. Like it's just better than OpenAI's best available models at the moment. The team behind it, the company behind it, Anthropic, are actually a splinter group from OpenAI. They split a couple of years ago, and apparently it's because they tried to get Sam Altman fired, which you can't do. Right? We saw this happen publicly 6 months ago. But they were early adopters. 2.5 years ago, they tried to get Sam Altman fired. It didn't work. They quit and spun up their own company. They were some of the people who built GPT-4. So it's actually the sort of GPT-4 original team. But anyway, Claude 3.5 Sonnet is unbelievably good. It's my default for most of the work that I'm doing. I still use GPT-4o, which is OpenAI's probably their best available model, mainly for two features. It's got code interpreter mode, this thing where it can write Python code and then execute that Python code. So sometimes I'll throw a fiddly problem at it and I'll watch it try 5 or 6 times until it works. And I just sit there and watch it going through the motions. So I use that a lot. And then ChatGPT has the voice mode, which I use when I'm walking my dog. Because you can stick in a pair of AirPods and you can go for an hour-long walk with the dog, and you can talk to this weird AI assistant and have it write you code, because it can do code interpreter, and it can look things up on the internet and such like. So you can have a very productive hour-long conversation while you're walking the dog on the beach.
Well, this I was not expecting.
Walking the dog on the beach.
That is the most dystopian sci-fi future thing as well. Like the voice mode, and this isn't the fancy new voice mode they demoed a few weeks ago. This is the one they found for like 6 months. It's so good. Like the intonation, the voices. It's like having a conversation with an intern who can go and look things up for you.
And then so you mentioned the stack, but like if I imagine your data, you've got your terminal or your code.
There's more to my stack. So it's those are the ones I'm using in my browser and on my phone.
Got it.
I use GitHub Copilot. I've always got that turned on. I've been building this open source tool called LLM, which is a command line.
Just a question on Copilot. What features do you use? Because it now has a competing feature. It does have a chat window if you want to use that.
Yeah.
It has autocomplete. Which ones do you find most useful for your use cases?
Mostly autocomplete, like old school Copilot. I've recently started using the thing where you can select some lines of code and there's a little sparkly icon. You can click that and then give it a prompt to run it against those lines of code and it'll do that. I don't use the chat window at all. I use Claude 3. I use Claude in the browser for what I would use that for. And it's great, it's Copilot's another interesting one where you hear from people who are like, I turned it on and it just gave me a bunch of junk and I turned it off again because it's clearly not useful. And again, Copilot, you have to learn how to use it. Like, there's no manual for any of this stuff, especially not for Copilot. And that you have to learn things like, if you type out the start of a function name and give it carefully named parameters with their types or type annotations, it will complete the function for you. And if you add a comment, it will You prompt it through the comments that you write, essentially.
Yeah, I've actually started to use that. It's actually, again, no one tells you that, but once you figure it out, it can be really useful, because that's how you can generate like either a small part, for me, just a small part or a function.
Right.
It just gets it, and again, like as I mean, it's not surprising, but the more context you give in the comment, the more it'll kind of do what you want, if you're lucky.
I think the other thing to know about Copilot is that it's actually running RAG. It's got an incredibly sophisticated retrieval RAG mechanism, where every time it does a completion for you, Copilot, it tries to include context from nearby in your file, but it also looks for other files in your project that have similar keywords in them. So that's why sometimes you'll be in your tests.
That's really interesting that you say that, because we're going to get to the misconceptions, but we've been running an AI survey, and one of the things that people really complain about saying is, I use Copilot because it's the one that's easiest to turn on in your ID, and people said that it only uses my files, and I wish it would look at the project or understand the whole project. But it's interesting you say that, because I think a lot of people don't realize that it is trying to do it, or in smart ways. Most people, or not most, but a lot of people assume that it just only looks at whatever you're seeing on the screen.
No, it is looking at bits of other files, but it's undocumented and it's weird, and it's trying to do semantic similarities and all of that sort of stuff. What I do a lot of is sometimes I'll just copy and paste a chunk of one file into a comment in another, so that it's definitely visible to Copilot. That's great for things like writing tests. You can literally copy in the code that you're testing into your tests.py, and then start writing the test.
I'm now starting to understand, when you said you need to learn how to use it, it sounds like you kind of are coming from the other way, instead of like trying out and saying yay or nay. And, because I guess you're working for yourself, so it kind of makes sense that you want to make yourself productive. You figured out how these things can actually, make you more productive.
Right, absolutely. And it's so much work. I think the biggest sort of misconception about all of this is that you'll get this tool and it'll make you productive on day one. And it absolutely won't. You have to put in so much effort to learn, to explore and experiment and learn how to use it. And there's no guidance. Like I said, Copilot doesn't have a manual, which is crazy. Claude, to its credit, Claude is the only one of these things that actually has documentation that's really good. Like, if you want to learn how to prompt LLMs, the Claude Anthropic prompting guide is actually the best thing I've seen anywhere. OpenAI have almost nothing. There are so many hypesters and blogs and tweets and LinkedIn posts full of junk advice. All of the things like, always tell it that you are the world's greatest expert in X before you ask. All of that kind of thing. Mostly rubbish, right? But there's so much superstition because this stuff isn't documented, and even the people who created the models don't fully understand how they do what they do. It's very easy to form superstitions. You try you're the world's greatest expert in Python thing, and you get a good answer. So you're like, okay, I'll do that from now on. It's kind of like if your dog finds a hamburger in a bush, every time you walk past that bush for the next 2 years, they will check for a hamburger, right? Because dogs are very superstitious. And it's that, but for software engineering.
And then going back to your stack, so
couple
more tools,
but there's a few more. So there's I talked about Code Interpreter. One of my favorite Claude features is again a feature from a few weeks ago called Artifacts, which is this thing where Claude can now write HTML and CSS and JavaScript, and then it can show you that in a little secure iframe. And so it can build you tools and one-off interfaces and prototypes on demand. And it's quite limited. They can't make API calls from in there. It can't actually see the results, so it doesn't have that debug loop that Code Interpreter has. But still, it's amazing. I've redesigned pages on my blog by pasting in a screenshot of my blog and then saying, suggest better color scheme for this and show me a prototype in Artifact. And it did. It's so cool. So I'm doing a lot more front-end stuff now because I can get Claude to build me little interactive prototypes along the way to help speed that up. So I'm spending a lot of time with that. I have my command line tool, LLM, lets you run prompts from the command line. And the key feature of that is that you can pipe things into it. So I could cat a file into that and say, LLM, write the tests, and it will output the tests for that.
And then just to understand, you just build it's a command line. Are you running a local model or a model on server?
LLM, the tool, it's based around plugins, and it can talk to over 100 different models.
So sorry, is this an open source tool?
Yes, it's my big open source, my open source language model.
Oh, awesome.
Command line project.
All right, we'll link it in the show notes as well.
And yeah, so it's plugin based. Originally, it could just do OpenAI, and then I added plugins, and now it can run local models and it can talk to other models too. So I mainly use it with Claude because that's the best available model. But I've also run like Microsoft's 5.3 and Llama and also and Mistral and things. I can run those locally, which, to be honest, I don't use on a day-to-day basis because they're just not as good. You know, the local models are very impressive, but the really like high-end, the best of the best models run circles around them. So when I'm trying to be productive, I'm mostly working with the best available models. I love running the local models for sort of research and for playing around, and also they're a great way to learn more about how language models actually
Responsible
work
for
and what they can
syncing
do.
the information back.
Because when you people talk about hallucination a lot, I think it's really useful to have a model hallucinate at you early because it helps you get that better mental model of what it can do. And the local models hallucinate wildly. So if you really want to learn more about language models, running a tiny little, like some of them are like 2 or 3 gigabyte files that you can run on a laptop. I've got one that runs on my phone. It's actually
Really? Which
surprising.
one?
Yeah. There's an app called MLC Chat, and it can run Microsoft 5.3 and Google's Gemma, and it's got Mistral 7B and Straight. These are very good models. Like, if you ask them, like, if you say, who is Simon Willison, they will make up things. That's a great, I love, I use, like, ego searches to basically see how much they hallucinate. They'll say, he was the CTO of GitHub. I'm like, well, I really wasn't, but I do use GitHub. But they, like, I've used these on planes. They're good enough at Python that I can use them to like look up little bits of API documentation that I can't remember, things like that. And it runs on your phone. It's really fun.
Blah blah blah.
Yeah,
blah,
awesome.
blah.
So, like, looking back, you've now been coding for like more than 20 years, right?
Yeah.
I mean, depending on how
Coding
you count it.
professionally, people have been paying me for 20 years at this point.
People have been paying for 20 years. So, like, throughout this time, you know, we have seen some increases in productivity. May that be Firebug coming out for developers or other things. Like, could you talk through like what were kind of like bumps when you became more productive as a developer, and then when we get to LLMs, compared to how this bump compares to those ones?
I love that you mentioned Firebug because that was a big bump, right? Firebug was the Chrome dev tools before browsers had them built in. It was an extension for Firefox that added essentially what you recognize as the developer tools now. And that was an absolute revelation when it came out, especially for me because I've spent most of my career as a Python program. My favorite feature of Python is the interactive prompt. I love being able to code by writing a line of code and hitting enter and seeing what it does. And then you end up copying and pasting a bunch of those explorations into a file, but you know that it's going to work because you worked on it interactively. Firebug instantly brought that to JavaScript. Like suddenly you could interactively code against a live web page and figure things out that way. So that was a big one. I think the biggest...
Yeah, I think just as a reminder, because like some listeners were not necessarily around, but before Firebug, I was doing web development, and the way you debugged your JavaScript applications, which were pretty simple at the time, but you did alerts to show
We didn't
things.
even have console.log.
Console.log
was invented by Firebug.
Yeah, so it was just really painful and really hard to debug, and you also couldn't really inspect the elements, so you were changing, it was like doing it in the dark, and as you say, it was a game changer, and now these days, Chrome developer tools is better than what Firebug used to be, but Firebug was almost as good as the Chrome developer tools today, in my memory at least. So it was this huge leap, and like I think for front-end developers, like it's hard to tell how much more, but I'm sure at least twice the productivity. I'll just say something because it took so much longer to fix things or to understand why things were happening. So yeah, like that was a big jump.
So Firebug's a good one. The biggest productivity boost of my entire career is just open source. So it turns out 25 years ago, you had to really fight to use anything open source at all. Like a lot of companies had blanket bans on open source anything. Like Microsoft were making the case that this is a very risky thing for you to even try. That's completely gone out of the window. I don't think there's a company left on earth that can have that policy now, because how are you going to write any front-end code without NPM? That's all. But so it was open source as a concept, and I was very early on in open source. Django was Django open source in 2005. Python and PHP and so forth all came out of the open source community, and that was huge because prior to open source, the way you wrote software is you sat down and you implemented the same thing that everyone else had already built. Or if you had the money, you bought something from a vendor, but good luck buying a decent thing. And then, of course, you can't customize it because it's proprietary. And the open source, and then on top of open source as a concept, it really was GitHub coming along massively accelerated open source, because prior to that, it was SourceForge and mailing lists and CBS and Subversion and just starting a new project. You had I started open source projects where I had to start by installing Track, which meant I needed to run a virtual private server and then get Linux secured and then install the open source alternative of what GitHub became. It was great software, but it was not exactly a one-click experience. So open source was absolutely huge. And then you had GitHub making open source way more productive and accessible and massively accelerating it. Then the package managers. So PyPI for Python and NPM for JavaScript. And I mean, the OG of that was CPAN for Perl, which was up and running in the late 90s. And it's where we owe so much to CPAN and sort of how it made that kind of thing happen. But, today, the productivity boost you get from just being able to pip install or npm install a thing that solves your problem, I think my hunch is that developers who grew up with that already in place have no idea how much of a difference that makes. Like when I did it, my software engineering degree 20 years ago, one of the big challenges everyone talked about was software reusability. Right? Like, why are we writing the same software over and over again? And at the time, people thought OOP was the answer. They're like, if we do everything as classes in Java, then we can subclass those classes, and that's how we'll solve reusable software. With hindsight, that wasn't the fix. The fix was open source. The fix was having a diverse and vibrant open source community, releasing software that's documented and you can package and install, and all of those kinds of things. Mm-hmm. That's been incredible. Like the cost of building software today.
Aqui o cara falou uma coisa certinha, mano. Nossa, demais assim, certinho que ele falou.
It's interesting because when we talk about developer productivity, it's a topic that will come back, and obviously it's very popular, very important for people in leadership positions, who are hiring a certain number of people, and their CEOs and will ask how are these people used. And right now there's a big push to say that Gen AI is adding this and this much productivity, but two things are interesting. One is that we don't really talk about how much just having open source or not having to do it adds. I guess we just take it for granted. And the other thing that I want to ask you, how much more productive do you think with this current workflow you have, which is pretty advanced? It sounds like it. You're using a bunch of different tools. You spend a lot of time tweaking it. So I'm gonna assume you're one of the software engineers who are using it more efficiently to your own personal productivity. How do you feel how much more productive this makes you? And there's a caveat here. Obviously, it's hard to be honest about yourself, but right now the good thing is we don't have any polls. Vendors will obviously have a bias to say AI vendors that it's helping them more, and people who might not like these tools, they might have a bias to say it's not even helping me. So I think we're the best answer we can probably get right now is just from people like you looking honestly at yourself and
Okay, so I think I've got two answers to this. It's difficult to quantify this, but my guess for a while has been that I've had a giant productivity boost in the portion of my job which is typing code at a computer. And I would estimate I am 2 to 3 times more productive, faster at turning thoughts into working code than I was before. But that's only 10% of my job. As a software engineer, once you're sort of more senior software engineer, the typing in the code bit is not near. You spend way more time researching and figuring out what the requirements for the thing are, and all of those other activities. So huge boost for typing for typing code. The other thing that's and it does speed up a lot of the other activities, the research activity in particular. If I need a little JavaScript library to solve a particular problem, because I have a bias towards boring technology anyway, if I ask Claude or GPT-4, and I always ask for options. I always say, give me options for solving this problem, and it spits out 3 or 4, and then I can go and look at those. And it's effectively using, say, slightly faster and more productive Google search, because you can say things to it like, okay, now show me an example code that uses that option. If you're using Claude Sonnet, you can say, show me an interactive prototype of that option. All of that, so that research stuff happens more quickly for me. there's a whole bunch of those sort of smaller productivity boosts. The bigger one, the more interesting one for me is I can take on much more ambitious projects because I'm no longer limited to the things that I already know all of the trivia about. And I feel like this is one of the most important aspects of all of this is if you want to program in Python or JavaScript or Go or Bash or whatever, there's a baseline of
Comecei a ler esse livro aqui, né?
at the front of your mind. You need to know how for loops work, how conditionals work.
Deixa eu ver que
all of
página que
that
eu
kind
tô
of
pra
stuff.
falar com um amigo
And
meu
so
aqui.
I think there is a
Trabalho que nós estamos
limit
lendo
on the
junto.
number of programming languages most people can work
Página
in. Like, I
40
found,
eu tô ainda.
personally,
40?
I cap out about 4 or 5
É,
programming
medindo
languages.
modularidade,
And if I
isso
want
aí.
to start using another one, there's potentially a month-long spin-up for me to start get, and that means I won't do it, right? Why would I use Go to solve a problem if I had to spend a month spinning up on Go when I could solve it with Python today? That is gone. Like, I am using a much wider range of programming languages and tools right now because I don't need to know how for loops in Go work. I need to understand the sort of higher level concepts of Go, like memory management and Go routines, all of that kind of stuff, but I don't have to memorize the trivia. So given that, I've actually shipped Go code to production despite not being a Go programmer just sort of 6 months ago. That's been running happily every day, and it has unit tests, and it has continuous integration and continuous deployment, and all of the stuff that I think is important for code. And I could do that because the language model could fill in all of those little sort of trivia bits for me.
This episode is sponsored by TLDR. TLDR is a free daily newsletter covering the most interesting stories in tech, startups, and programming. Join more than 1 million readers and sign up at tldr.tech. That is tldr.tech. I sometimes dread going back to certain side projects where it takes me a while to spin up and remember, and it's in a language or an outdated framework that I just don't want to touch. And it's like what you said, the confidence is higher, and I can actually just paste parts into ChatGPT or turn on GitHub Copilot, and it'll like I know what good looks like. So I think when you know that, even
that's
in a different
you
language,
need to have that experience. Like if I was a brand new programmer, I don't think I'd be using it to write Go despite not knowing Go. I've got 20 years of experience. I can read code that it's written in a language that I don't know very well, and I can still make a pretty good like evaluation of if that's doing what I need it to do and if that looks like it's good.
Well, and
that's really
I guess there's an important disclaimer, right? That the more you look at languages, as long as it's an imperative language, like you can read it, right? I think it will be a lot different if you. We don't really use some languages are not as popular, like Prolog and SML and some.
Tem que ser uma linguagem parecida, tem que ser uma coisa parecida.
Yeah, I would not trust myself to just look at Prolog code that had written me and make a judgment as to whether that was good Prolog code. But I feel like I can do that with languages like Go and Rust, you know?
Yeah.
Sim,
so with that,
tem algumas coisas parecidas,
óbvio. By the way, thanks for sharing. I think it's great to see that you are getting productivity, but it also took a lot of work. I think like a big takeaway for me would be anyone who's trying out is like put in the work and experiment to figure out what workflow works for yourself, and that there's no answers. I mean, I think you've been experimenting a lot more than most people have, and still sounds like it's a work in progress.
Oh,
but with this, I really want to touch on misconceptions and doubts. They might not be misconceptions, they're doubts and questions that a lot of people have about these tools.
Let's talk about resistance a little bit, because I feel like the resistance, I see so much resistance to this, and it's a very natural and very understandable thing. This stuff is really weird. You know, it's weird, and it is uncomfortable, and the ethics around it are so murky. Like, these models were trained on vast quantities of unlicensed copyrighted data, and whether or not that's legal, and I'm not a lawyer, I'm not going to go into that, the morality, the ethics of that, like, especially when you look at things like image models like Stable Diffusion, which are now being used when you would have commissioned an artist instead, and they were trained on that artist's work. Like, I don't care if that's legal, that's blatantly unfair, right? If something trained on the work and is now...
There's one person who wrote just this, that they tried it out, didn't work that well, plus they don't want to use it because they disagree fundamentally with this.
And honestly, I respect that position. I think that I've compared it to being vegan in the past, right? The veganism, I think there's a very strong argument for why you should be a vegan, and I understand that argument, and I'm not a vegan. So I've made that sort of personal ethical choice. And all of this stuff does come down to personal ethical choices. If you say, I am not going to use these models until somebody produces one that's trained on entirely like licensed data, I absolutely respect that. I think it's a very Like I've not made that decision myself. And you know, for the code stuff, it's basically trained on every piece of open source code they could get on, but it is ignoring the license terms. You know, the GPL licenses that say attribution is important. You can't attribute what comes out of a model because it's been scrambled with everything else. So yeah, there are the ethical concerns I completely respect. But then there's also, it's scary, right? It is scary when you think, okay, I earn a very good salary because I have worked through the trivia of understanding Python and JavaScript, and I'm better at that trivia than most other people, and that gets that. And now you've got this machine that comes along, and it's better at the trivia than I am. Like, it knows the things that I know, knows in scare quotes. That is disconcerting. And I feel like there's a pessimistic and an optimistic way of taking this on. The pessimistic way is saying, okay, I better learn to be, I need to go into the trades, I need to learn plumbing because my job is not going to exist in a few years' time.
Yeah.
The optimistic version, the version I take on is, I can use these tools better than anyone else for programming. I can take my existing programming knowledge, and when I combine it with these tools, I will run circles around somebody who's never written a line of code in their life and is trying to build an iPhone app using ChatGPT. I can just do this stuff better. So we've essentially got these tools that they're actually power user tools, right? You have to put a lot of work into mastering them. And when you've got that, when you combine expertise in using the tools with expertise in a subject matter, you can operate so far above other people. And like the competitive advantage you get is enormous. That's something that actually does worry me most about the resistance is I like people who are resisting this stuff, right? I like that they're not falling for the hype. I like that they care about the ethics of it. I like that they're questioning it. It would upset me if that put them at a serious professional advantage over the next few years as other people who don't share their ethics start being able to churn out more stuff because they've got this additional. It's like if you were to say, I don't like search engines, I'm never going to search for an answer to my programming problem. That would set you back enormously right now. And I feel like it's in a similar kind of space to that.
Yeah, and so another, I guess, opinion I hear a lot is, well, it seems like this whole technology is plateauing. Like if we look at the past 18 months, ChatGPT 4 is, okay, Claude might be a little bit better, Sonnet, okay, cool, but like, let's ignore that for just a second. GitHub Copilot hasn't changed all that much. So I do see a sense, especially for people who are managing engineers, and they're also playing with this tool saying like, well, it sounds like this is what is going to be, you know, like we just use it as is. Is this all? Like you're more in the weeds. Do you see improvements or drastic improvements or little improvements?
That's a really interesting question. I mean, from my perspective, I'd kind of welcome a plateau at this point. It's been a bit exhausting keeping up with the stuff over the last 2 years. I feel like if there were no improvement, if what we have today is what we're stuck with for the next 2 years, it would still get better because we'd all figure out better ways to use it. Yeah. You know, one of my favorite advances in language models is this thing called chain of thought prompting. Right? This is this thing where if you say to a language model, solve this puzzle, it'll often get it wrong. And if you say, solve this puzzle, think step by step, and it'll then say, okay, step 1 this, step 2 that, step 3, and often it'll get it right. And the wild thing about chain of thought prompting is that it was discovered against GPT-3 about a year after GPT-3 came out. There's an independent research paper that was put out saying, hey, it turns out, you take this model to say, think step by step, and it gets better at all of this stuff. Nobody knew that, right? The people who built GPT-3 didn't know that. It was an independent discovery. We've had quite a few examples like this. And so if we are on a plateau, then I think we'll still get lots of advances from just people figuring out better ways to use the tooling. A lot of this also comes down to whether or not you buy into the whole AGI thing, right? Like so much of the
kind of an
mainstream
here,
right? And so much like it's kind of like Tesla self-driving cars, right? You've got these the CEOs of these companies go and say we're going to have AGI in 2 years' time. It's coming. Nobody will ever work again, which helps you raise a lot of money, but it scares me. Like I'm not convinced that human economies will work if all knowledge work is replaced by AI, and it also gives a very unrealistic idea of what these things can do. Because fundamentally,
don't forget, it's also happening with software engineers, right? There are companies out there whose pitch is we will replace software engineers with AI engineers, which is a very directly. Although I'm now starting to see a pattern of how this is really good for fundraising, because it means a lot of potential market, and don't forget that that's who they're talking to. And once they raise the money, they have that money. They can then operate, and often, like in this case, with Cognition AI, their claims are toned down to the point of it's pretty much Copilot. So, but you see it it is scary because you see it in the mainstream media everywhere. This claim that software, like I think someone said we are replacing our own jobs as software engineers, and as you said, it's
right.
I think it's the first time I've seen that written in the press. Maybe this happened like before I was born, but not recently.
It's funny, isn't it? It's like, who would have thought that AI would come for the lawyers and the software engineers and the illustrators and all of these things that normally you don't think of as being automatable. But yeah, so the AGI thing, that leads to lots of disappointment. People are like, yeah, well, I asked it as this dumb, like, logic puzzle and they got it wrong. How is this? Like, but it also ties into science fiction. Everyone thinks about the Matrix and Terminator and all of that kind of stuff. Especially, honestly, the key problem here is these things can talk now, right? They can imitate human speech, and throughout human society, being able to write well and convincingly has always been how we evaluate intelligence. But these things are not intelligent at all, but they can write really well. They can produce very convincing text, which kind of throws everyone off. So yeah, if you're captured by the AGI hype, you're gonna then I think we're gonna have a plateau. I'd be very surprised if we had anything that was AGI-like. I'd also be, like I said, I have not been sold that this is a net win for humanity. I don't know how society would cope with that. But what we are seeing is incremental improvements. Like Claude 3.5 Sonnet is a substantial incremental improvement over GPT 4.0 and Claude 3 Opus. The Anthropic, the interesting thing about Claude 3.5 Sonnet is that it's named Sonnet because their previous Claude 3 had 3 levels. There's Haiku, Sonnet, and Opus. Haiku was the cheap one, Sonnet in the middle, Opus was the really fancy one. They have said they're going to release Haiku 3.5, which will be cheap and amazing, and Opus 3.5, which is going to be a step up from Sonnet. Those, I try to ignore the it's coming soon. Those ones I am excited about in terms of it's coming soon. But yeah, so if you're buying into the AGI stuff, then I don't buy into it. I don't think you get to AGI from auto-completing sentences, no matter how good you are at auto-completing sentences.
Não vai pegar mesmo. AGI completar sentences, nada a ver.
Plateau, incremental improvements is enough for me. Like, I want the models I've got right now. I want them cheaper, faster. Yeah.
If we look back through history, like I'm a little bit skeptical to believe that suddenly like fundamental things would change in the software industry. There's always this people sometimes project that this time it will be very different, and again, there's always innovation, but looking back, we've always had innovation, we've had some new technologies, and then incremental improvements. So like pattern matching, that would be logical. Obviously there's black swan events, right? Like who could have seen COVID come, or this is also a breakthrough. But I think there's that part of like we're not just in a vacuum. There's not just this one event, and AI has been predicted to be around the corner by different people since the start of computing, really, to be fair. But
I think the other something I think about a lot is the impact of TikTok and YouTube on professional video creation, right? Like the iPhone is a really great video camera, and TikTok and YouTube have meant that you can now publish videos to the entire world, and that has not killed off professional video. Like people who work professionally in that industry, they're doing fine. What's happened is millions of people who would never have even dreamed of trying to learn to stand in front of a camera or to operate that equipment are now publishing different kinds of content online. And I that's kind of my ideal version of the sort of AI programming thing is I want the number of people who can do basic programming to go up by an order of magnitude. I think every human being deserves to be able to automate dull things in their lives with a computer. And today, you almost need a computer science degree just to automate a dull thing in your life with a computer. That's the thing which language models, I think, are taking a huge bite out of. And then maybe, so there is a version of that where the demand for professional software engineers goes down because the more basic stuff can be done by other things. The alternative version of that is the thing where, because a professional software engineer can now do 5 times the work that they used to do, maybe 2 times, 5 times, whatever it is, that means that companies that wouldn't have built custom software now do, which means that the number of jobs for software engineers goes up, right? A company that would never have built its own custom CRM for their industry because you'd have to hire 20 people and wait 6 months, can now do it with 5 people and 2 months, and that means that's now feasible for them. And those 5 people are still getting paid very well. It's just that the value that they provide to companies has gone up. So despite the that's the demand curve that I'd like to see.
Well, and also don't forget, like, one thing that we do talk about, or I think it's kind of a common knowledge, correct me if it's wrong, but code equals liability. The more code you have,
Yes.
the more liability you have. And one thing, just what we're seeing is more code will be generated. And at some point, I just think about this thing. Have you worked at a company or a team where you just had like less experienced developers, 1 or 2 years experience, and you leave them for a while, or you might have seen.
Oh yeah.
And then what happens, right? Like, fast forward to 2 years, you don't add anyone experience. You know, like, usually, like, my observation is, like, you get spaghetti code, it's a mess, it's hard to do, and then you pull in some people with more experience who look around, they point out some seemingly simple changes that are you know, not that simple for the people. They simplify things. You might delete a lot of code, and then all will be good in the world, or those people get more experience. But I do think about this part where, you know, a year in, everything still seems to be fine, right? Like, the CEO of the company is like, oh, this team's shipping quickly, people are enthusiastic, and my sense is that there should be a demand. And again, like, I'm curious to hear your thoughts on this, but engineers who can go into the generated code and, for example, explain, reason, even when the machine fails to explain this complicated mumble jumble, or just say, we're going to delete all of this and it makes sense. I'm confident I can tell you why I'm doing this.
Right, and that's what I expect. That's the skill that you need. Like, it turns out the typing code and remembering how for loops work, that's the piece of our jobs that has been devalued, right? Remembering that sort of trivia and typing really quickly. Nobody cares if you can type faster than anyone else anymore. That's not a thing. But the systems thinking and evaluating, a skill that I think is really important right now is QA, like, in terms of just the old fact, like, manual testing, being able to take some code and really hammer away at it and make sure that it does exactly what it needs to do, combined with automated testing, combined with like system design and prioritization. There's so much to what we do that isn't just typing code on a keyboard. And those are the skills which, the thing is, language models can do a lot of this stuff, but only if you ask the right questions of them, right? Like, if you ask a language model to write 5 paragraphs on like how you should refactor your microservices, maybe it'll do an okay job, but who's going to know to even pose that question, and who's going to know how to evaluate what it says? So those decisions, these things, I don't think you should ever have them make decisions for you. I think you should use them as supporting, like, tools to support the decisions that you're making. It's one of the reasons I love saying, give me options for X. And that's what we become, right? Software engineers, we are the people making the high-level design decisions, the people evaluating what's going on. I don't think you should ever commit a line of code that a language model wrote if you don't understand it yourself. That's sort of my personal line that I draw. And yeah, so I do not feel threatened as a software engineer. And honestly, partly as a software engineer who's got good with this stuff, I really don't feel threatened by it. But just generally, like, I think the bits of my job that these tools will accelerate, there are a whole bunch of bits of the job that will accelerate, some of which are a bit tedious, some of which are kind of interesting, but it gives me so much more scope to take on more exciting problems overall.
I love it. And if you can offer advice to two different groups of people, so 2 separate pieces, but experienced engineers like yourself in terms of, like, you know, like, put in the years, worked across different stacks, and also to less experienced engineers who are, like, coming into, they're already working inside the industry, but obviously they're not at the level just yet. What would you suggest them to make the most out of these tools, or to make themselves more future-proof, if you will?
I mean, my universal advice is always to have side projects on the go, which doesn't necessarily work for everyone. You know, if you've got like a family and
Vai
a
acabar com
demanding
esse
job and
serviço
so
aqui.
forth,
Tem que
it
criar
can
um
be
monte de
difficult to
tabela,
carve
mano.
those out.
Os caras tá
Trick I've used
viajando
in
quando.
companies in the past. I love
Mano, tem
advocating
que
for
puxar
internal
todas
handouts.
essas
Saying,
tabelas
let's
aqui.
Have everyone spend a day working or 2 days
Lá não
working
tem
on their own
como, porque
projects.
ele vai
That kind of
precisar
stuff would be
disso.
great.
Agora,
Good employers should always be able to leave a little bit of wiggle room for that sort of exploratory programming, but some employers don't. But if you can get that, that's amazing. If you're earlier in your career, like people in their 20s can normally get away with a lot of side projects because they have a lot less going on. It's like when I'm managing people, I don't like people working super long hours and all of that. It's hard to talk a 22-year-old out of that. That's just sort of how people are wired earlier in their careers. So take advantage of that while you can. But yeah, I feel like I'm doing my personal weblog. I'm using all sorts of weird AI tools to hack on that because the stakes could not be lower. Right, a bug in that, it'll break a page and I'll fix it. So that's where I've been using this thing called GitHub Copilot Workspaces that they've just started trialing.
Yeah, it's a beta. You're in the beta.
Yeah, and I've added 4 or 5 features to my blog using that. Some of them in live, like in meetings with people as a demo. I'm like, oh, let's show you this tool. I'm going to add autocomplete to the tags on my blog. And I did that last week. And so I'm using my blog as a sort of fun exploration space for some of that kind of thing. But yeah, so if you can afford to do a side project with these tools and like set yourself a challenge to write every line of code with have these tools write that code for you, I think that's a great thing you can do. If you can't afford side projects, just use them, like get an account with, both of the best models are now free. Like GPT-4o with OpenAI and Claude 3.5 Sonnet. Now, you have to log in, you might have to give them a phone number, but you can use a free account with them. Use those and just throw questions at them. Sometimes have a question where you think it definitely won't get this and throw that in, because that's useful information. Throw in basic things. Just work with them that way. I think that's definitely worthwhile.
Mas eu quero me livrar de tudo isso daqui. Tá, então esse cara vem pra cá. Agora eu preciso ter todas essas tabelas aqui de volta. Todas as tabelas que estão aqui.
I need a sort of very light, sort of subtle box shadow. And then I was halfway through prompting Claude for that and said, actually, build me a tool. Build me a little tool with where I think I said where I can twiddle with the settings. That's my prompt. Let me twiddle with the settings in the box shadow. And it built me this little interactive thing with a box shadow and sliders with the different settings and a copy and paste CSS thing. And if I'd spent an extra 15 seconds on it, I could have found a tool that existed on Google. But it was faster to get Claude to build me a custom tool on demand.
Então tem que criar todas as tabelas que tem esse cara aqui, tem que criar aqui também. Só isso, mano. Você tem que puxar tudo que tá aqui pra cá.
Do that, right? That's just
I feel this is what you're saying is like, it's easier said than done, but experimenting. And I think your blog, which we're going to link in the show notes, is just a really good example. Like, I did find myself a little bit re-energized reading how much weird stuff you're doing. Sorry for
That's the other thing. It's got to be fun. Right,
one of the things people miss in this space. I can see that you're having fun with it, like, right. And again, thanks for sharing because you put it out there. I think that's another thing but honestly, with these tools, it's a bit easier to write it up as well. So I think that's it's helpful advice.
Like, this is a crucial thing. These things are absolutely hilarious, and it's not like sometimes they can write a joke that's good, but that's not what makes them funny. It's trying out weird dystopian things, trying something you didn't think would work and having it work. I get them to do. I use the voice mode. I use to do prank phone calls to my dog. So I'll be like, "Hey, ChatGPT, I need to give my dog a pill covered in peanut butter. I need you to pretend to be from the government department of peanut butter and make up an elaborate story about why she has to have it. Now go," and it does it, and and I hold the speaker up to my dog. It's just really, really amusing. So stuff like that is so much fun. For a while, I was always trying to throw a twist into my prompts. So like, answer this, and then at the bottom I would say, and pretend you're a golden eagle and use golden eagle analogies. And they would say, well, if you're soaring above the competition, stupid things like that, right? Just, you can get it to rap, kind of, and it's awful. Like, really, absolutely appalling. The voice maker, you say, now do a rap about that.
Mas só tempo só pra remover isso aqui, mano.
It is kind of wild how I don't really remember having a tool that we're talking about programming here, but you can get it to do all these things within essentially even in the work context. Just throw it in there. It's kind of, as you said, it is fun. So I like to look at that part of it. So Thank you for the insight, and let's end with some rapid questions in the end, if you're
Okay.
up for it. So these are
Sure.
questions I'm just going to ask, and you just throw out whatever comes up. Could you recommend 2 or 3 books to people that you enjoyed reading?
Martin Kleppman's book, Designing Data-Intensive Applications,
Yeah,
is
here, it's on my shelf, actually.
absolutely incredible.
The Blue Sky team told me, Martin Kleppman advises them that this is the book they have all on their shelf because this describes everything you need to know to build Blue Sky. It's kind of amazing.
At Eventbrite, we had a book club, and one of the things we did with the book club is because nobody reads the book for book clubs, right? It turns out that just doesn't work. So what you do instead is you assign chapters to different people, and they have to provide a summary of the chapter at the book club. So it's almost like you parallelize the act of reading the book. That worked so well, and I think that was the best book that we did for that one.
And is there maybe a fiction book that you could recommend?
So my favorite genre of fiction is British wizards tangled up in old school British bureaucracy. So I like there's Charles Stross does the Laundry Files series, which is about sort of secret like MI5 style wizards. There's the River of London series by Ben Aronovich, which are a metropolitan police officer who gets tangled up in magic. I really enjoy those.
Oh, nice. What's your favorite programming language and framework? And you cannot say Django and Python.
Really putting me on the spot with this one.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. JavaScript and no framework at all. I love doing the vanilla JavaScript thing. Basically, so I used to love jQuery, and now document.query selector all and array.map and stuff. jQuery is built into browsers now. You don't need an extra library.
It is kind of wild, yeah. I remember that one when I used to use it. I'm surprised. Nice. What's an exciting company that you're interested in, and why?
So I'm going to plug Fly.io here, the hosting company, because partly because they sponsor some of my work, but no, actually completely independently of their sponsorship. I picked them to build my dataset cloud SaaS platform on because they're a hosting company that makes it incredibly easy to spin up secure containers for as part of your infrastructure. It's basically, I was trying to build this stuff on top of Kubernetes, which is not easy to use. And then I realized that Fly.io, their machines layer, is effectively what you can do with Kubernetes, but with an API that actually makes sense and pricing that makes sense. So I'm able to build out this SaaS platform where every one of my paying customers gets a private, separate container running my software with its own encrypted volumes and all of that kind of thing. And so I don't have to worry about data leaking from one container to another, and it scales to zero, so it scales to zero in between requests and all of that kind of stuff. So yeah, I'm really excited about Fly as a platform for specifically building that thing where you've got an open source project and you want to run it for your customers, like paid hosting of open source. I feel like Fly is a really great platform for that.
Awesome. Well, thanks very much. It was great having you.
Cool. This has been really fun. Thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot to Simon for this. If you'd like to find Simon online, you can do so on his blog, simonwillison.net, and on social media like X and Mastodon, all in the show notes below. You can also check out his open source projects, Dataset and LLM, which are also in the notes. As closing, here are my top 3 takeaways from this episode. Takeaway number 1. If you're not using LLMs for your software engineering workflow, you are falling behind, so use them. Simon outlined a bunch of reasons that hold back many devs from using these tools, from ethical concerns to energy concerns. But LLM tools are here to stay, and those who use them get more productive. So give yourself a chance with these. Takeaway number 2. It takes a ton of effort to learn how to use these tools efficiently. As Simon put it, you have to put in so much effort to learn, explore, and experiment on how to use them, and there's no guidance. So you really need to put in the time and experimentation. By the way, in a survey ran in the Pragmatic Engineer about AI tools with about 200 software engineers responding, we saw some similar evidence. Those who have not used AI tools for 6 months were more likely to be negative about the perception of these. In fact, the very common feedback from engineers not using these tools was that they used it a few times, but it just didn't live up to their expectations and they just stopped using them. I asked Simon how long it took him to get good at these tools, and he told me it just took a lot of time. He couldn't put an exact number of months on it, but it just took a bunch of time and experimentation and figuring out if it works. My third and final takeaway is that using local models to learn more about large language models is a smart strategy. Running local models has 2 bigger benefits. Number 1, you figure out how to just do these, how to run models locally. It's actually less complicated than one would think, thanks to tools like Hugging Face that make downloading and running models a lot easier. So just go and play around with them and see how smaller model feels like. The second benefit is that you learn a lot more about how large language models works because local models are just less capable, so they feel less magical. Simon said how it's really useful to have a model hallucinate at you early because it helps you get better at the mental model of what it can do. And the local models do hallucinate wildly. You'll also find some additional resources in the Pragmatic Engineer. One of them is about RAG, Retrieval Augmented Generation. This is an approach that Simon talks about in this episode. It's a common building block for AI applications. We did a deep dive in the Pragmatic Engineer about this approach, and this is linked in the show notes below. Also in the Pragmatic Engineer, we did a 3-part series on AI tooling for software engineers, Reality Check. We looked at how engineers are using these tools, what their perception is, what advice they have to use these tools more efficiently. Personally, I cannot remember any developer tool or development approach that has been adopted so quickly by the majority of back-end and front-end developers in the first 2 years of its release, like large language model tools have done so since 2022. So it's a good idea to not sleep on this topic. And this marks the end of the first episode on the Pragmatic Engineer podcast. Thanks a lot for listening and watching. If you enjoyed the episode, I'd greatly appreciate if you subscribed and left a review. Thanks, and see you in the next one.
Boa, legal. Tenho reunião agora. Acho que eu tenho reunião agora. Ah, não tem mais reunião agora. Boa. Ah não, mano. Cara. Vamos ver o vídeo do Victor.
E aí, vamos para mais.
Loucura. Ai, ai. Bora. Com um cafezinho.
Cafezinho?
Bora.
Bom, hoje eu tava pensando em falar de métricas, eu pensei em falar de estimativa, né? Estimativa assim. Assim, sendo bem sincero, a coisa que eu mais odeio é fazer estimativa de tempo. E aí, tipo, mas é necessário, a gente precisa saber quanto a gente pode desenvolver, né? E aí por isso eu gosto muito do Scrum, eu gosto muito da ideia de estimativa para o Scrum, né? Se você não tá ligado, eu vou fazer um retrospecto aqui de como que isso era e como que isso é atualmente. Bom, eu não sei se era antigamente, se era sempre assim, mas eu lembro quando eu comecei a trabalhava numa empresa lá que tinha o famoso waterfall, desenvolvimento a cada 3 meses, e aí a gente estimava tarefas em termos de dias, meses, até semanas, assim, era uma coisa... Como era assim, a fase de desenvolvimento era 3 meses, então, e as funcionalidades eram muito grandes, né? Então você já imagina que não existia o conceito de pull request, né? O conceito de merge era uma coisa que era meio dedo no olho que caía, né? Porque o negócio era complicadíssimo, né? Mas as estimativas eram muito alto nível, assim, não, isso vai durar 2 semanas, isso vai durar 3 semanas, isso aqui é um mês, era uma coisa muito alto nível, que envolvia testes manuais, envolvia especificação de requisito, blá blá blá. E o que eu lembro é que eu odiei isso, porque, cara, imagina um moleque de 23 anos saindo da faculdade, 23, tava 22, 23 anos, saindo da faculdade e tendo que estimar um negócio que você nunca tinha feito na vida. Não tem. É impraticável. Até porque, assim, tipo, isso pode ser válido até hoje, né? As pessoas, elas não têm um conceito muito elaborado do que eu tenho que fazer, né? Tipo, você chega lá e fala assim, pô, beleza, você vai implementar isso? Fala, não, cara, não precisa me você tem que fazer os testes automatizados, você tem que fazer não sei o quê, tem que testar, tem que testar meio que um teste de integração, blá blá. Então, tem uma série de coisas assim que, pra quem tá começando, pode parecer que não precisa, que não existe, mas depois você vê que tem sentido, né? E depois que você vai ficando mais sênior, você começa a ter analisar algumas coisas, e aí quando você vai fazer os testes, tipo, as coisas ficam mais fácil, mais rápido, né? Por exemplo, as duas funcionalidades que eu integrei no trabalho, no sentido do framework de trabalho, eles não deram problema nunca, né? Tipo, tinha uma lá de correlação, uma outra eu nem lembro das vezes, era não sei se era de mapeamento, era de correlação, que não deu problema nunca. Teve uma outra que eu fiz zero, que eu nem lembro, pra ser sincero, né? Não foi de mapping, eu só peguei e fiz um refactoring dela, é algo que dá problema. Mas, e aliás, a gente vai ver um pouquinho disso no vídeo que vai sair amanhã do TDD, né? Tipo, que esses refactors que você faz e para de dar problema as coisas, né? De amanhã não, eu acho que da semana que vem, não sei agora, né? Mas que eu tô procurando os outros devem sair rápido, né? Então, eu fico confuso. Qual que sai amanhã, eu nem lembro, né? Eu gravei já, sexta-feira. Mas assim, a gente não sabe muito o que fazer. E é normal, cara, é normal. Tipo, isso é extremamente normal. Você pega um cara júnior, um cara que entrou agora, ele não sabe o que fazer. Tipo, ele não sabe fazer botar um negócio de produção, né? Eu mesmo, tipo, faz tanto tempo que eu coloco software de produção, e aí você tem que entender que eu sou um desenvolvedor de framework, né? Então o que acontece? Eu entrego um negócio que outras pessoas vão pôr em produção. Então, botar em produção é uma coisa que eu sei na minha empresa, né? E aí tem outro contexto, né? Você sabe na sua empresa, mas você não sabe em outras empresas. Vai, por exemplo, se você lidar numa área qualquer, que é telecom, é diferente. Você vai colocar em produção, você vai passar por uma fase extensiva de testes manuais mesmo. Mas voltando aqui, né? E aí a estimativa era uma coisa complicada, por quê? Porque você tinha que pensar num monte de coisa que você nunca tinha pensado, né? Você tinha que dar horas, né? Unidade de horas, né? E aí veio o Scrum, né? O Scrum tem duas coisas que eu gostei bastante do Scrum, assim, quando foi aplicado, e eu não sei se isso é o Scrum, se a galera aplica isso, que um era o conceito de DOM, né? O Doni. O meu da minha chefe falou assim, olha, a gente tem que ter um conceito de DOM bem estabelecido, minha chefe de projeto, né? Na empresa que eu trabalhei, assim, não tinha o conceito de gerente de pessoas, né? Era só gerente de projetos. Então, tem, né? E aí eu... Assim, eu falo assim, vamos estabelecer o conceito de pronto, né? O conceito de DOM. E aí, tipo, você estabelece, o conceito de pronto é foi testado manualmente, tem testes integrados, tem testes integrados, o que é. Por exemplo, eu estava discutindo com o meu chefe, ele abriu tem um ticket para mim, que é um ticket mais ou menos de homogeneização de tratamento de erros, né? Ele abriu para mim, eu fiz um relatóriozinho, né? Tipo, cometendo ticket na sexta, ó, é isso que acontece, isso que acontece, isso que acontece, isso que acontece. E aí, tipo, eu falei assim, cara, mas o que você quer que eu faça com esse ticket? Qual que é o output deles? Tipo, eu vou ter que implementar coisas que a implementação tem que fazer. Só que a pergunta que eu falei, eu gero uma conjunto de page, eu gero uma documentação do usuário, eu gero o que eu gero? Porque aí, o resultado que a gente vai ter que fazer é gerar uma conjunto de page e discutir com a arquitetura amanhã, depois, e aí o que a gente faz? A gente tem essas a gente trata ele de maneiras disformes, né? E é um conceito de pronto, porque é um ticket basicamente de análise, não é um ticket de... não vou ter código, né? Possivelmente não ter código, possivelmente vai gerar tickets, vários tickets vai ter código, né? Que aí pode ser tranquilamente esses tickets, né? Mas você tem essa ideia, tipo, cara, o que aquele ticket tem que fazer, ou tem que fazer? E outra coisa que eu achei que foi um maior ganho, né? Que é a questão de pontos, né? E a questão de velocidade. Aí, vamos entender o que é questão de pontos aqui, né? Primeiro assim, antes a unidade de comparação era horas. E a unidade bizarra, porque assim, se você disser assim, ó, eu faço isso aqui em 6 horas, você dá para uma outra pessoa, essa pessoa pode fazer 10. Você dá para outra pessoa, pode fazer 4, ou 2 até. Depende muito do contexto. Tem coisa que eu tenho que aprender antes de fazer. Se alguém fala, faz aí um CRUD pra mim. Fala, velho, faz 7 anos que eu não faço CRUD. Tipo. Agora, alguém dá um front-end legal, faz um CRUD. O cara vai fazer em 2 horas. Sei lá. Ou sei lá, tipo, depende muito do contexto da pessoa, né? Por isso que E aí o costume do negócio que é assim, tipo, você bota os pontos. Quando você faz os pontos, você não está comparando o tempo com você não faz. Eu acho até errado quando eu falo, não, isso aqui eu faço 2 horas, então é tantos pontos, né? Você tem que escolher uma atividade base e ele fala assim, não, isso aqui é 3 pontos. E aí você vai comparando, ó, isso aqui é mais simples ou é mais complicado do que? Aí você compara a atividade, isso aqui é mais simples ou é mais complicado que aquela? Não, isso é mais complicado. Tá bom, então se era 3, eu vou ficar entre o 5 e o 8. Sempre subindo na Fibonacci, né, gente? Entre o 5 e o 8. E aí você estabeleceu os pontos. Aí depois de estabelecer os pontos, depois de 2, 3 sprints, você chega numa métrica que eu acho fabulosa, que é a velocidade do time. Porque cada time é diferente, cada projeto é diferente. Aí é uma coisa que eu já vi, né? O gestor de projeto lá, comparando... eu já vi isso numa empresa, eu vou falar uma malícia aqui com um time fez, né? Eles comparavam, a empresa comparava a velocidade dos times. Aí o que o projeto fez? O projeto pegou e começou a hiperestimar atividades, né? Então, beleza, isso aqui é 3 pontos, vou botar um 5 aí, vou botar um 8, bota um 13 aí, tipo, pra quê? Pra aumentar a velocidade artificialmente, né? E aí ficava lá, tipo, o cara não sabia que ele tinha implementado uma mudança de label no negócio lá. Não, que dele é 3 pontos. Cara, mudança de label nem estima, velho. Joga que você de outro tipo e manda bala, pô. Fazer uma mudança de label, é óbvio que pode quebrar a produção, sim, mas tipo, uma mudança de label, já gente, vários tipos assim, né? Tem que mudar o label pra tal coisa, tipo, lá na ferramenta toda, velho. O famoso find replace, né? Mas o find replace só botar muita internacionalização ali, que pode ser que tá faltando uma centralização dos dados das coisas ali. Mas assim, a gente não usa internacionalização porque, tipo, a gente é framework, então não tem nada que vai pro usuário e dentro desse processo não tem nada que vai pro usuário final, né? Então não existe essas coisas. Isso não existe. Mas isso que é legal, assim, porque quando você trabalha em ponto, você cria uma métrica que ela valha para você e para qualquer pessoa. Porque assim, alguém fala assim, fazer uma tela de cadastro de usuário lá, que vai ter 10 campos, e era assim que eu estimava, né? Hoje é até difícil estimar, assim, porque no ticket são de análise, e aí a gente pega os tickets de desenvolvimento mesmo dos times, e quando pega o ticket que já está estimado, e meus tickets são mais complicados mesmo, então, sei lá, não vale a pena. Então, e era assim, tipo, você vai comparar uma tabela de criação de usuário com uma tabela de login. A tabela de login é 3 pontos, a tabela de usuário, pô, ela tem tantos campos, vai ser 5. Aí você pega uma outra tabela lá, a tabela de criação de não sei o que, tem tantos campos. Isso aí é bem mais complicado do usuário. Vou botar 8 ou 13, aí fica essa discussão. E essa discussão, quando você desatela tempo de tempo, ela pode ser mudada de time. Fala assim, ó, você tem um time bem mais experiente ali. Ou você pode falar assim, ó, aquele time ali não é experiente pra front, ele é um time experiente mais pra back. Você pode misturar os times, né? Então você tem você consegue equalizar melhor essas coisas, você consegue ter resultados até bem melhores, assim, tipo, em termos de estimativas assim, eu acho uma coisa bem mais interessante, né? É ruim que às vezes a gente percebe que alguns times não têm essa experiência, né? Eles acabam falando assim, não, isso aqui eu não sou um chato, galera, eu não sou um chato de digitar, por exemplo. Eu já trabalhei em empresa lá que fazia um Scrum artista, né? Então tinha lá assim, era aquela coisa de vir com as cartinhas, né? E aí jogar as cartinhas, né? Eu não sou um chato, assim, eu faço do jeito que o time quer porque assim, você não pode impor, né? Por mim, eu não gosto de nada, eu não gosto de nada. Por mim a gente pega e vai fazendo, né? Mas a gente precisa dar estimativa pro cliente. Fala assim, não, a gente consegue fazer isso aqui até tal ponto. E aí você tinha um gráfico, cara, quando esse gráfico, não sei se a galera usa, né? Na verdade eu tô falando isso que eu vi esse gráfico ali, a empresa plantou ali no giro ali, né? Que é um gráfico de velocidade, né? E aí tinha um gráfico que eu achava muito bom, que era o burn down. Tipo, a gente fazia o burn down muito bom. Eu achava bom ali porque quando a gente quebrava bem as atividades, ele ficava bonitinho, né? Agora, quando quebrava mal as atividades, ficava feio, né? Ficava aquela coisa reta aqui o tempo todo, aí chegava a metade, caía um pouquinho, aí chegava o último que caía tudo, né? Então não dá nada, assim, tipo, não dá informação nenhuma. Mas teve um projeto que a gente quebrou legal, que ele dava uma ideia legal, né? E aí você tinha duas coisas que você conversava antes dele, que é tipo, ó, a gente vai conseguir fechar, não vai conseguir fechar, quantos tickets falta. E isso, assim, eu acho que é bom pra quem trabalha com entregas muito coisa, tipo, entregas constantes, regulares, né? É esse cafezinho, né? Não sei se assim, ficou alguma dúvida aí, sei lá, galera. Isso é o que eu penso dessas coisas, né? Tipo, eu não abrigo nada a ninguém, né? Então é isso, pessoal, bom cafezinho pra vocês. E ó, quem fica fiscalizando meu café agora tá meio que tá bem clarinho, né? Não tá aquele pretão não, beleza? Valeu!
Instala PHP, droga. Então, cadê o que mais tem que instalar PHP aqui? MySQL, MySQL, PHP 8.1, mais MySQL, DBC, não, XML acho que tem que instalar também, 8.1, DBA, FPM, 8.1, RMAP, meio cache, Mongo, Message, PS, Redis, Xdebug, PHP 8.1, traço, acho que só. Zip, YAML, UID, Sysbase. Meu Deus, serradeira aqui do lado, tá foda. Redis não, SMB Client não, SOAP não, HTTP, APCU, SAS, SQLite 3, Readline, MB String, acho que tem que instalar o MB String também. MB String, acho que tem que instalar ele também. E o Dev, vou instalar o Dev. Isso, e eu acho que tem que instalar o CLI também. Aqui, pronto. Vou instalar essas merda todas aqui. acessar esse banco de dados no MySQL, ver PHP, rodar migration no Laravel e tudo mais. Ai, vida. Miserable. Pronto, estava tudo. Teoria. Essa merda? Ok, version. Tá aí, instalado, filho da mãe. Que lixo, mano. Composer install. Your log file does not contain a compatible set of packages. Please run Composer update. Composer update. Dane-se. Foda-se, Artisan. Foda-se, PHP Composer. Instala as dependências aí, cara, e para de reclamar, mano. Bagulho chato do caralho, mano. Pelo amor de Deus, viu? Só instala aí e não reclama, cara. Beleza. Certifier directory. Can select asterisk from information schema tables. Ai, que o issue do caralho esse mais quer também, viu? Blá 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 blá. Acho que não me interessa. Tá meio pra criar essa tabela, cara. Schema. Table schema, table name, table type, base type. No certifier or directory. Tá aqui, cara, eu criei o bagulho. Pra você rodar seu migrate, filha da... Bolinho chato, hein? Esse mais que ele aqui tá me deixando de saco cheio já. Essa merda aqui. Fala aí, Matheus. Valeu, cara. Obrigado pelo feliz aniversário aí, mano. Tamo junto. E aí? Tudo certo por aí? Tô de boa por aqui hoje. Só à toa fazendo documento técnico. Levantamento técnico por aqui. Só alegria. Estamos nessa de tentar fazer as coisas funcionarem aqui. Tô tentando pegar um serviço que a gente tem aqui, migrando. Boa. Migrando, tirando todo um serviço para outra parada. Opa, PC pro filho novo? Boa. Também é bom, hein? Da hora. Tô comprando o quê? Pela... Que loja, né? Digo, pela Xiaolao ou tá em outra? Quero. Esse aqui vai tomar no cu isso. Ah, Pichal, pode crer. Ah, eles têm bons preços, né? Acho que ainda tem bons preços. Um camarada meu comprou uma época por lá. Sim, pode crer. Compra as peças e depois monta em casa. Tô ligado. Só pra me incomodar um pouco. Arrumar um trabalho no final de semana. Faz pouca coisa arrumar mais um trabalhinho no final de semana. Nada de boa, né? Não é isso? Tá sem fazer nada no final de semana? Junta aí pra montar um PCzinho, né? Tá de boa. É bom, cara. É bom. Não é ruim, não. Te arranja um servicinho pra fazer. Ou melhor, já troca um serviço, né? Tem que fazer uma coisa e já fala, ó, não dá pra fazer, tem que fazer isso aqui agora. Oxi. Database. Pronto, eu vou ter que parar tudo isso aqui e deletar tudo de novo. Ai, ai. Deletar a pasta. Remover o container. Subir de novo o container. Recriar tudo. Reconectar no Debeaver. Pam, pam. Digitar connection. Oxi, porra, database tá certo o nome agora, filho da mãe. Deixa esse negócio de lambda aqui. Ô filha da mãe, eu só quero pegar. Eu vou fazer essa estrutura do tabela na mão, viu? Você tá me dando uns nervos já. Vai subir essa porra, né? Pelo jeito. remove isso. Usuário, user, password. Root. Root, foda-se, deixa aí user mesmo. Sai daqui do Beaver. MariaDB. Toda hora tô fazendo force download disso aqui. O cache do cacete desse Beaver também, viu? Tá. Deixa eu ver se eu consigo rodar um artisan agora, essa porcaria aqui. Né? Artisan. Generate key. Artisan migrate. Porra, de novo essa merda, cara. O que tá faltando aqui? Connection. Deixa eu ver o telnet. Tem o telnet instalado aqui já. Host 3306. Então tá funcionando. Tá aqui já. Toda a porta tá disponível. TC hosts talvez. Nvim barra TC hosts. Aqui. Eu tô trabalhando numa empresa do Brasil, mas que presta serviço para fora. E eu já tô trabalhando faz uns 2 anos nessa empresa, cara. E hoje eu trabalho basicamente com a galera de Texas. Então, de manhã é mais tranquilo de meeting e tudo mais, e à tarde tem inundação de reuniões. Então, normalmente à tarde, tipo, só alguns dias consigo fazer alguma coisa, o resto é tudo reunião. E daqui eu não trabalho tanto como lead, nem assim, mais ou menos como lead, mas não como sênior, mas enfim, e ainda tem, aí acaba tendo um monte de reunião, tem dia. Mas é tipo quase um outsourcing que fazem, né? Mas eu trampo tipo para uma empresa no Brasil que, na verdade, que ela não é mais brasileira, ela foi comprada por uma empresa, acho que é origem indiana, se eu não me engano. Já faz uns 2 anos, logo que eu entrei também eles foram comprados. E aí, na verdade, hoje, tipo, é uma empresa de, vamos dizer, outsourcing global, dá pra falar assim. E aí, tipo, eu presto serviço pra galera dos Estados Unidos. Um dos projetos que a empresa tem, né? Tem vários outros projetos. Tipo, antes da empresa da brasileira ser comprada, já tinha uma porrada de projetos pra fora do Brasil, né? Um monte de projeto que era, assim, tipo, internacional. Acho que era a maior parte dos projetos era internacional, se não me engano. Acho que todos, na verdade. E agora, esse último ano aí, que eles pegaram alguma coisa no Brasil pra... Enfim, pra ter, vamos dizer assim. Talvez seja essa palavra. Mas antes não. Acho que eu preciso mexer no TC Hosts, cara. Isso não faz sentido, não. O name é o mesmo. Teria que mexer só se o nome fosse diferente. E aí a gente presta serviços para lá. Hoje eu tô basicamente trampando com... Calma aí. Oxi. Ah, mano. Hoje eu tô basicamente trampando no sistema web pra tipo front e back. Então eu trabalho como full stack hoje em dia. Acho, mano, perdi meus arquivos de configuração. Porcaria, mano. Então hoje eu trabalho front e back. Front eu trabalho com Vue.js, mas a gente não tem TypeScript. E back eu trabalho com Python, basicamente. Então depende muito, sim. Mas é o segundo projeto que eu tô aqui dentro dessa empresa, que eu tô dentro da empresa prestando serviço. O primeiro também era Python, mas era para uma empresa mais de hardware, assim, tá ligado? Então, tipo, aquelas CLIs que você tem quando você entra em sistemas tipo roteador, manja aquela CLIzinha que você tem lá, a gente implementava aquilo pros caras. Implementava os comandos de CLI via Python. Eles tinham uma integração com um terminal open source, e esse terminal open source tinha um wrapper em cima do Python, então tipo, você executava o terminal e conseguia fazer chamadas comando Python direto, aí o Python fazia os comandos e repassava, o terminal repassava pro Python, né? E aí você conseguia escrever os comandos nisso aí. Então foi o primeiro projeto que eu entrei aqui. Agora eu tô num projeto mais web. Só web, na verdade. Mais web não, só web. Então, tipo assim, é só desenvolvimento web. Mas tem pouca coisa de AWS, a gente não tem muita permission nos resources que a galera tem na AWS, né? Tem que passar pela equipe de infra lá. A gente tô trabalhando mais só dev mesmo. Apesar de ter já XP nessas paradas assim. É que tipo assim, não é muita gente, sabe? A equipe, então os caras conseguem controlar até. Acho que tipo, parte técnica tem nem... Eu ia falar 50, mas acho que até menos, porque tem a pessoal de negócios, né? Daí são 30, 40 pessoas técnicas, assim. Então não é muita gente, tá ligado? Então dá pra controlar a infra mais tranquilo assim. Se fosse muita gente, ia ser meio complicado, né? Ficar controlando o infra, mas como é pouco e poucos serviços, ainda dá pra controlar de certa forma mais manualmente. Que é o que às vezes acontece, né? Mas no momento presente eu tô... assim, de trabalho eu tô fazendo um documento técnico para migrar vários sistemas em um só. Então, tipo assim, tô aqui losing my mind escrevendo documento técnico para isso. Tipo assim, tentando entender todos os sistemas que eu não entendo ainda para poder migrar todos eles, criar tabelas, etc e tal, né? Pensando na arquitetura nova, etc e tal. Então, comecei na sexta, mas eu já tinha feito uma rodada com o lead meu lá, e aí ele pediu para mudar algumas coisas e remover algumas outras coisas. Então eu tô atualizando agora o Docs para isso. Tipo assim, enfim, repensando algumas coisas que eu tinha pensado, né? Algumas decisões que eu tinha tomado já. Que, enfim, os caras querem remover mais do que eu achei que eles estavam querendo inicialmente. Mas é isso, assim, de forma geral. Webhook to the new endpoint. All on the services on service. The service will be responsible for syncing information back. Isso vai ser via Kafka. Via Kafka. To avoid downtime, to avoid minimal downtime. To avoid minimal downtime. Vai lá, mano, de boas, tranquilo. Eu vou ficar por aqui o dia todo, mano. Tô só de boas hoje. Minimal downtime for my webhook. Will be redirected to Peraí, deixa eu pensar aqui. We need to replace. First step is to replace what we have on those 3 services with our own, to everything, and have control over the way the sync between occurs. We need to change the webhook to the new endpoint call on services. The service will be responsible for syncing the information back to via Kafka to avoid minimal downtime. Tá? Minimal downtime, beleza. Ok. The webhook will be redirected, tá, para essa URL. Que depois pode mudar. This will record the new values in the table, but also link back to the. This way we know that for that it made a submission. Beleza, isso aqui é só. Any data needs to call. Any data that needs to retrieve from should be migrated to tables. Ah tá, então aqui no desenho da arquitetura eu preciso linkar esse cara com esse cara aqui. Peraí, então. Quer dizer, esse cara vai fazer uma chamada aqui nesse cara. Esse daqui é o que? Tá, peraí, eu acho que eu vou pôr esse cara pra cá. Esse lambda. Deixa eu remover esse lambda aqui. O lambda tá. Deixa eu ver se não tem reunião agora. Acho que não. Tá, whatever. Onde eu moro, mano? Eu moro em Jundiaí, São Paulo, tá ligado? Não é muito interior não, mas relativamente perto da capital. Mas eu não vou pra lá não. Tipo assim, nem fudendo. Nem quando eu quero. Que... Enfim, eu não sei de onde tu é, cara. Tu é da onde? Tu é daqui de São Paulo, é de fora? Composer. Composer, fecha. Deixa eu ver. Parou aqui, barulho. Então, Jundiaí é uma cidade boa, cara. Aqui pelo menos não é tão calor. Assim, não é que tá frio, mas tem bastante serra em volta, tá ligado? Então é um clima agradável, vamos dizer assim. Ah, Criciúma, legal. Tá. Que temperatura que tá aí agora? Tá mais fresco que aqui, não tá não? Criciúma? Deixa eu ver. 19. Ah, com certeza tá mais do que mais fresco do que aqui. Aqui deve estar uns 28, eu acho. Hoje é 33 a previsão. É, tipo, meio infernal hoje por aqui. Acontece. Todo dia. Que calor. 20 graus eu vi aqui. Ah, legal. Fazer integração de TEF nas células e redes. Isso é maneiro. Mas aí tu foi trampar com... Tu trampa mais com redes ou não? Hoje tu tá mais dev, não tá? Tipo... Tua área de atuação é mais na parte de redes. DevOps, talvez. Opa, mover a minha task? Não mover? Bota... Ah, tá aqui embaixo, beleza. Ah, tá. Nessa época você mas faz tempo então que você começou a trampar com Java. Na parte de pagamentos eletrônicos. Ixi. Pode crer. Ah, tá. Hoje se tu tem um trampo próprio aí. Legal. Tem mais liberdade nesse sentido. Boa. Pouquinho tempo também. Só alguns milhares de anos. Não é isso? Legal. Trampa com Java. Cara, eu fiquei um tempão trabalhando com Java, depois eu parei. Parei quando começou essa vibe do Java atualizar mais... com mais periodicidade, né? Lá no Java 8. Depois do Java 8, depois no Java 11, né? Que começou essa periodicidade maior, né? E... Até o 11, eu acho que eu trampei com o 11 ainda. Acho que sim. Foi a última que eu trampei. Depois eu não trampei mais com Java, que foi em 2018. Acho que foi. 2019, talvez. 18 ou 19, um dos 2 anos aí. Antes da pandemia, um pouquinho antes da pandemia, eu tava ainda trabalhando com Java. Tinha um sistema, que a gente tinha um sistema... que era web, mas tinha parte de sincronização com banco. E aí eu trabalhava com Java nessa época ainda. Mas acho que a gente tava na versão 11. Mesmo tendo lançado algumas mais, a gente tava na 11 ainda. Deixa eu ver uma coisa aqui. Acho que a esposa tá mandando mensagem. Back. Voltei. Fui ver minha esposa aqui, rapidinho. E boa. Essa loucura. Enfim, é isso. Meu Deus, meus amigos mandaram muita coisa aqui. Tá bom. Ai. Respondendo os apps. Ixi, eu preciso tomar uma água, isso sim. Ixi. Benjamin Button. Nossa, ai, deixa eu ver, me perdi aqui, mano. Fala, Cadu, boa, mano. Não, pode deixar, Pix nada, mano, de boas. Tô safe aqui, mano. Tamo de boas aí, mano. E aí, tudo certinho? Tranquilo? Tudo na paz aí? Meu querido. Hoje eu tô só de boas aqui, só na conversa. Eu tô meio perdido porque eu tô fazendo 1000 coisas diferentes ao mesmo tempo, então, como sempre, tô mais perdido que segue em tiroteio. Mas estamos aí. Tô mudando meus... Deixa eu ver aqui o que eu faço da minha vida. Eu preciso fazer esse gráfico todo. Tá. Esse serviço precisa comunicar com aquele lá. Então eu vou puxar esse lambda para baixo. Lambda. O lambda tem que ficar do lado desse outro server. De boas, cara. Valeu, brigadão mesmo pelo aniversário aí, valeu. Valeu pelo abraço aí. Abraço de volta, mano. Sabe que nós estamos juntos sempre. Precisando, só chamar. Quando dá, tamo por aí. Esses últimos dias foi tenso, mano. Mas hoje tamo mais de boa. Consegui desenrolar o que tava meio enrolado aqui, mas... Ainda tô enrolado, mas pelo menos desenrolou um pouco já, tá ligado? Menos estresse já na vida. Vai lá, mano. Um abraço, viu? Bom dia aí. Não tem jeito. Tem dia que tem que se matar um pouco, mano. Mas normalmente não. Não vou me matar trampa, não. Valeu. Obrigadão, mano. Bom trabalho aí pra você também. Vamos puxar esse lambda pra baixo, então. Pera aí. Deixa eu ver. Lambda com esse cara. Eu quero que ele fique na direita. E eu quero ficar na esquerda. Ficou uma merda. Top. Não ficou uma merda. E se eu colocar no right esse cara? Melhorou. Tá, peraí. Ok, era isso aí que eu queria. Tá ótimo. E agora eu preciso... Eu tô usando o Mermaid pra fazer os gráficos de arquitetura. Não sei se eu não tô me arrependendo no final das contas. Não, mas tá bom. Tô conseguindo entender. Tá sus. Eu só queria importar os logotipos da AWS. Que eu tenho um lambda aqui, vai ficar com um logotipo zoado. Mas tipo, não tô afim de criar uma página só pra fazer isso. Ou usar Mermaid Chart. Talvez eu use Mermaid Chart pra isso. Enfim. Tá. Tô renderizando no VS Code hoje. Agora esses dois serviços têm que se comunicar. Tá. Então eu vou pôr esse cara aqui. Esse cara aqui tem que se comunicar com esse cara aqui. Esse aqui vai ser right. Esse vai ser left. Se Deus quiser vai dar certo. Toma. Chupa a sociedade. Deu certo. Tá. Ih, cagou um negócio aqui. Por que cagou isso? O lambda ficou zoado aqui agora. Pera aí, o lambda tem que ficar... Se eu colocar esse cara no top, se eu colocar esse cara no right, no left, no bottom, no top também, no right, no left não ficou bom, mas se eu colocar esse cara bottom, aí, quase. Agora acho que eu vou ter que inverter a posição da database dele. Se eu colocar o database no top e esse cara no bottom, não, então esse cara no top e esse cara no bottom. Aí, agora ficou bom. Show. Então, esse cara se comunica aqui, então vai ser isso, tá? Data from must be synced back to service from time happen via AWS Lambda. This should do the same process we have today on the service. Boa. Porque aí mantém o que tem hoje. Então a entrada vai ser nesse serviço. Esse serviço vai atualizar o que tiver que atualizar. Beleza, atualiza os dados. Manda para o Kafka manda para um tópico no Kafka, o tópico do Kafka vai sincronizar para cá. A hora que tiver uma alteração aqui, essa alteração vai alterar e vai mandar e o Lambda vai catar, vai pegar essa alteração e vai criar nesse serviço aqui. Tá. Essa interligação entre os caras. Eu tenho que fazer um gráfico de coisa. Progresso. Não, progresso não. Um diagrama de estado. Acho que vai ser uma boa. Ficar claro isso aqui. Mais claro. Então você tem que fazer um diagrama de estado. Porque isso aqui que tem que sincronizar não é toda hora que cair isso aqui no Kafka aqui, não. É só especificamente em algum momento que esse lambda vai ser acionado para atualizar esses dados aqui. Na verdade ele pode ser até quando ele cair aqui, é que eu poderia chamar direto para cá, né? Então isso aqui é só para manter esse cara ativo, porque eu vou precisar por causa de... E aí aqui vai ser só... Ah tá, peraí. This is mainly due to the need they have because what? O que ele falou aqui? O cara falou aqui because submission because happens on the lambda, so the lambda should sync back information sync, but copy, I think. Copy data. Vou por sync mesmo. Deixa eu sync data back. Não precisa disso aqui não. Deixa eu até explicar ali em cima. To know if we need to call, we need some information indicated this specific has migrated to new operation. Suggestion here to keep it as simple as to create a Python dictionary containing that information. Não precisa mais disso. Você pode jogar fora. Ok, deixa eu fazer um diagrama de mermaid. Tá, então acho que é isso. Agora eu tô na dúvida se eu copio as tabelas do outro serviço para cá, pelo menos as tabelas que vai precisar, né? Acho que não, deixa assim, depois a gente vê. Vou passar para os caras primeiro isso aqui. State diagram. Então vamos imaginar que o início vai ser isso aqui. Então, início calls this service, okay, and then this service goes to, ok, vai para, então esse cara chama esse cara. Não consigo colocar assim? Não consigo colocar pra cima? Isso aqui não dá pra colocar via entre aspas. Não dá. Sim. Oxi. Não consegue espaço, tá? Underscore por. Ah tá, pode deixar. Tá, não precisa de aspas. Então esse cara vai chamar esse cara. Esse cara vai chamar o Kafka, né? Duas setinhas, dois tracinhos para fazer o gráfico. Legal. E o Kafka vai chamar esse cara. Aqui. Vou escrever o nome certo, é bom, né? Aí. Porra, tem como não deixar ele pra baixo? Seria bom, né? Dá pra fazer tipo uns composites aí, bom, hein? Que aqui stage first. Tá, deixa eu fazer esse composite aqui que é uma boa. Opa! Aconteceu o quê? Tá, ele foi pra eu copiar o negócio. Não precisa fazer isso não, cara. Tá de boas. Então vamos pôr esse composite aqui. Sim. Aí tem uma entrada. Aí aqui a entrada vai chamar o server. E aí aqui é o... Opa, tem mais uma entradinha aqui. O server vai chamar o Kafka. E o Kafka vai para a saída. Aqui, pronto. Aí ele fica uma composição melhorzinha. Isso aqui fica fora. E aí o composite, que é esse composite aqui, vai para esse cara. Boa, já era. Isso. Isso, vai até aqui, tá? Aí eu vou ter uma... E aí isso aqui é a saída depois, né? Aqui acabou. Esse vai ser a saída. Que é esse cara aqui. Pronto, esse é um fluxo que vai acontecer. né? Outro fluxo que vai acontecer é um desse cara, ele vai começar no lambda, certo? Tá, o lambda vai AWS vai aqui, certo? Então o lambda vai chamar esse cara e aí a resposta vai para este cara aqui. Sim. Só que aqui eu acho que é o contrário, né? Dá para fazer essa setinha ao contrário? Esse flow ao contrário? Ah, não dá. Pô, aí é ruim. Server para a saída. Bidirecional tem que fazer duas setas. Tá, peraí então, deixa eu pensar aqui. Fala, Verminha aí, bom dia, cara. Feliz aniversário. Você fez anteontem, né? Você faz dia 28, né? 29, não lembro agora de setembro, né? Parabéns aí pra você também, mano. Tamo junto aí. Fez segunda, né? É isso que você fez? Segunda? Acho que é segunda, né? Parabéns aí, mano. Felicidades aí. Ah, tá, eu quero usar a concorrência aqui, então. Vamos fazer assim? Não deu certo essa porcaria aqui, não. State Active. Vou colocar tudo dentro do state. Essa porra toda aqui. Ah, tem que colocar tudo dentro de um state. Chupa a sociedade. Ok, melhorou. Não está do jeito que eu quero ainda essa porcaria. Por que ele não está lá em cima? Tá, eu acho que eu tenho que... Não dá pra colocar um cara só, talvez, desse. Vou ter que colocar dois. Eu acho que vou ter que colocar duas vezes, cara. Flow de informação. Ah não, é que ele vai ficar bolzoado mesmo. Tá, deixa assim então. Então esse aqui vai cair aqui. Quando cair uma atualização aqui, eu tenho que colocar, dá pra colocar nota? Escritinho entre as flechinhas. Seria bom se desse. Mas acho que dá pra colocar notas. Aqui, ó. Ah, é só colocar 2 pontos igual no outro. Então... aqui. Com o API aqui. Send the info to. Ah não, peraí, esse aqui é o de baixo aqui. Oxi. Aqui. You need to update. Tá. Agora aqui tem que ser changes like. O que eles fazem aqui? Ah, tá. Approval. Não pode pôr 2 pontos. Sem pôr ponto. Entre aspas. É a mesma merda. E aí, como que faz para deixar maior isso? Vou deixar assim. Vai ficar claro que é por isso que eu tô colocando isso aqui. Ah, tá, tem mais uma coisa que eu tenho que colocar aqui. Que é o que eu... esse cara chama o... request. não é assim, peraí. Eu tô fazendo um negócio errado aqui. É assim que ele faz a volta do state diagram. Ah, não, mano. Você é burro, cara. Porra. Você sabia que eu era burro, mas não nesse nível também, né? Ai, caramba, é o contrário aqui, é só inverter. Oxi, a bateria aqui nem vi, não. Caralho. Beleza. Ah, e aí esse cara aqui vai pro... O problema é que ele vai ficar meio... Ah, tá bom, vai, vou deixar assim. PDF. Me mandaram um e-mail aqui. Aqui. Verify if you are human. Frinaman. Software engineering. Often. A few times. Pronto. Deixa eu entrar aqui agora. Sign in. New diagram. Okay. Whatever. Perfeito. Então agora eu preciso design. Ok. Classic. Melhor. Aí eu quero fazer. Esse aqui tá bom. Tá, eu quero exportar. State. Export. Quero exportar como PNG. Deixa eu ver se eu consigo. Opa, boa. Deixa eu ver se ficou bom. Ah, ficou bom. Tá, agora eu quero esse aqui também. Pô, esse aqui então, será que eu consigo? Nossa, aí, mano, aí tô foi God, hein, mano. Deixa eu ver. Cadê? Esse não funfa? Então não foi tão God assim. Aqui ele foi. Ah, não, ele foi sim. Ficou meio merda. Tá, ele não suporta as últimas versions. Beleza. Entidades. Ok, arquitetura. Mudei todo esse texto aqui. Texto. To add guy over here, and then this. Deixa eu ver aqui se tem uma coisinha no meio aqui. How is the overall flow in design as a state diagram? Or context. Each piece of above architectural presence. Okay. Introduction, summary, documents, present, possible, change, okay. complexity was garden font center. Excellent. Let's move the CMS. então a gente não precisa do enrollment. Então, quando não precisa... Seria isso. Tá. Partiu o almoço.